Hello guys, welcome to the very cold stream. Gonna be honest, I don't know how long I'm gonna be on. It's absolutely frigid in here. Here's part 2 of the mold. I think we did this one on the last stream, I'm not sure, but well, we did part 1. Now we're doing, I did part 2 mostly yesterday. Sadly, I lost internet service, so I could not stream. I made a little, this is the first time I tried this. I think it worked pretty well. I made a little dam for the mother mold material just out of hot glue and duct tape. That's what this is. Some of it got hot glued pretty well. Some finishing work to do on this, obviously. Actually, I wonder if a little raspy dude will work well on this. I'm a little worried by how gummy it still feels. They say you're supposed to use it at 73 degrees or more, And out here it's probably closer to like 30. I left it, you know, I made sure I didn't, I keep it in the house until I'm ready to use it. Yeah, I may need to go warm up for a while. Not sure yet. On the plus side, this is good physical manual labor, so it's warming me up a little bit. Making some delicious Parmesan cheese here. If you want any for your spaghetti, let me know. I'll mail it to you. these rubber bits that are sticking out are they're creating holes that I will pour the rubber into. This clay is reusable. I'm trying to save as much of it as possible without going overboard. I mean, I could probably save 99% of it by picking all of the gunk that's building up around it off, but that would take longer than it's worth. So I just try to save the core, scrape the stuff off around the edges. This would be way easier to do if it wasn't below freezing in here. Hey, AJ. Hey, Kenzo. Staying up late, eh? You know, the great thing about my stress, AJ, is that it's 100% self-imposed. I could bail on any of it at any time I wanted. Theoretically, I mean, if I had free will, which, as you know, I don't even believe in free will, so I guess technically that's not true, but it comforts me a little bit to say it. No rasp. Makes me wonder, if I did believe in free will, would I be less stressed? I doubt it, because then I'd still be saying, well, I'm freely choosing to honor the commitments that I've made to others, and that's what's making me work so hard and stressing me out. Except the books. You can't bail on the books. But then there's a way to take some of it off your shoulders. That might be nice. Yeah, I mean, I could just be like, you know what? It's just not going to have all the illustrations I want on the first run. That's fine. I may end up doing that. Who knows? The hidden level is on sale for a whole 99 cents right now. I have 2 ads scheduled. on Thursday. We'll see what the results are. I'm hoping for at least more than 0 sales. Where are you advertising on? BookBub or Amazon or Facebook or Instagram? Also, you should post a link here for all 4 viewers. I'm sure they're all going to go out and buy your book and buy probably 100 copies to give to their 100 best friends. That would be my minimum expectations. That's how you stay happy, by the way, is you have realistic expectations. Or actually, not realistic. You have below realistic expectations. That way you are disappointed less often and pleasantly surprised more often. Ta-da! Alright. Get all them sales now. There's absolutely no reason for me to keep smoothing this down. Except I just hate lumpy, gross looking masses. The smoother it is, the better I'll feel. All right. Haven't really looked into BookBub. I hear that's a good one, but really hard to get on and it costs a lot. Oh, okay. What is your interpretation of a lot? guess that where this hot glue meets the top mold, it's going to be gluing these things together. So I'm probably going to have to just kind of carve out the seam. Looks like that's not the best tool for that. Maybe just good old fat chisel will work fine. I suppose I could also use a heat gun to just kind of melt it away if that wouldn't blow a fuse, because I've already got a heater running. I suppose I could turn off the heater. Don't know which is going to be more annoying. Research it, but the lowest cost someone mentioned is in the hundreds. I'm looking at their site and not seeing prices listed. Oh, always a good sign. looks like MS in a way. Maybe. There's a thing talking about setting a budget and price per clip, so I'm not really sure. The ads I usually pay for are $40 or less. Gotcha. Yeah, the closest I've come to that kind of stuff is I've tried boosting posts every once in a while just to see what happens. Say you got this many impressions and this many engagements, and I'm like, I guess that's a good thing, I guess. Since I don't have any like click here to buy something yet, it's hard to really know what that would amount to. Like Facebook ads are a waste of money. I mean, there's what I feel like. I listen to the Mark Dawson self-publishing podcast from time to time. They offer a class on it. It sounds like it's one of those things that you need to know a lot about and know how to tweak all the parameters to make it worth your while. Either that or they're just trying to sell classes. Probably somewhere in between would be my guess. Because their classes are like hundreds of dollars. So. Sadly, we're finally getting the book out, like at the worst possible time. We're both, me and my mom, are just completely financially strapped. Well, I shouldn't say completely. In comparison to where we were a couple years ago. I've been completely strapped back when I was married to my ex-wife, and we'd be hundreds of dollars in the negative every paycheck because she kept bouncing checks. But nothing compared to that. Okay, Letha, have you seen on Netflix The Ballad of Buster Scruggs? It's got lots of horses. That is it's a series of short stories. I think it's like 6 of them in one movie, and all in the like Old West. Man, it sticks with you. It's a bit disturbing, but very well done. At least watch the first. The first one is definitely the best. The first of the 6 short stories. Pretty shocking, actually. But in a like, I don't know. It was a shocking, made me laugh out loud kind of shocking to me. Kind of want. finished Russian Doll, which is really good. I was looking for something else interesting to watch. Yeah, I've not seen Russian Doll. Saw a couple minutes of it while Heather was watching. She said it was really good. We started watching Firefly again. That one's always a good time. I'm going to clear this off. The grand reveal. What is in theory going to be a grand reveal. Best show in the verse. Did a weird kind of fold around and back method for this. I have yet to undo it and redo it, so we'll see how tricky that becomes. This way. Hold it back around. Oh, sorry, I bonked you. Okay, now for the scary, frustrating part. someday, if I keep doing this, eventually it will stop being scary and frustrating. In theory. Hey, Damon. In and out. All right. Fair enough. Computer got possessed and shut down on its own, huh? All you missed was me getting ready to get frustrated, sad, and angry. I'm preparing my heart. Some point, it should feel like it's about to crack open in a good way. So far, all it's doing is damaging the lip here. What if I did it the other way? I should have brought this in so it would be warmer overnight. Remember that for next time. I feel like this one I'm getting closest to a good pry point. Oh, look at that. It's not doing too bad so far. Wow. Looks like I may have learned something from the last time. Hopefully. See that? Set your expectations low and things end up being much happier for you. Pleasantly surprised. I mean, so far. I am counting my chicken before it's come home to roost, so we'll see. I am beating my dead horse in water. Yeah, that's not a good place to have a bubble. Although, this whole area is going to be covered up soon, so it's not that big a deal. Sci-Fi tells me you shouldn't crack open alien eggs without full PPE. Good point. Alright. How pretty was that? Let's examine now, shall we? Already packed almost everything I don't need on a daily basis, except all of my model horses. Still have about 60 of them on display. Wow. That's a lot of horse. Okay. Well, this is good. So for the most part, the seam came apart. See how there's more rubber on this side than there is on this side. That's good because this is kind of representative of the different amounts of rubber that's going to be there. Did I say rubber? I meant clay. Oh, let me actually take a picture of this real quick. Take a picture of my glorious triumph. I used a ton of Vaseline on here. Which is annoying afterwards, but boy, not having your mother mold lock is worth pretty much any price, including sacrificing your firstborn. Shop floor supervisor at engineering firm. Whoa. Nice. What kind of stuff are you going to be supervising? What kind of engineering? Alright, so I've got to choose now. Which side are we going to replace the clay with rubber first? Okay, advantages, disadvantages. Actually, do I want to address mother mold concerns first? Because if I do, so I can put them back together, I'm pretty sure, put them back together right now, and add my little foot. I would really love to have my foot because, now, first of all, let's just find out. Does it actually go back together? Can you put Humpty together again? Luna Moonchild 42! Cool name. Just subscribed. Thanks, Luna Moonchild. So the reason I would like to put this back together is because when I cast this guy, I'm pouring resin into this hole. And you may or may not notice that this does not stand up on its own. Which means you can, like, put it in a bucket sometimes. Actually, that may be the better strategy. The problem with the bucket technique is that it could sit, you know, it's kind of an organic surface, so it could kind of sit a little this way or a little that way. I would love it to be perfectly even so that as it fills up, I can fill it up just to where it needs to go and not further, so I'm wasting less resin. On the other hand, I'm spending more time and effort to build out a little foot for it. How am I doing today? I'm doing I'm not actually doing great. Thanks for asking. I'm totally stressed out, but like I was saying earlier, it's all self-imposed stress, so I shan't complain, but I shall be honest. There's a difference, believe it or not. Okay, well, foot or no foot? Foot means another little project right here, right now. Rubber means I skip that. So there's always the opportunity, if I need to. No, the foot would be built with the same Plastipaste 2 material. It's like a fiberglass self-hardening thing. Actually, I kind of wonder, there's so much thickness here. Maybe if I'm just gonna toy around real quick. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna toy around. Oops, I didn't want to stop recording. Hey, thanks for the sub, Kenzo. Thank you, thank you. I need to get that beetle guy from Zelda. Hey, thanks for the double sub, Luna Moonchild. Wait, how did that come across twice? Thank you guys. Super appreciate it. It makes me less miserable today. Every sub makes me 20% less miserable. Oh, is Damon passing out free subs? Damon, you're too good to me, man. You're just going to encourage me to complain. You know this, don't you? Thank you, everyone via Damon. You're gonna become like in medieval times when artists had patrons. You need to invite me to live on your manor with you. Help you devise weapons of war and pleasure. Stand up. It's pretty close. Okay. One of these days, subs should come with a waddling skull. Oh, that'd be amazing. Instead of the zombie, yes. Damon says, my basement is about the size of your house. Darn Midwesterners. Get all these McMansions. As long as you don't mind the death metal and saws grinding at 4 in the morning. Now, is your basement heated? That's the important question. I don't think Damon would mind death metal. But probably not all night. Heated but not finished. That's good. I would not want to be in a finished garage. You see what kind of messes I make. And my computer desk just really wants to bump this other desk so that it can jiggle every time I jiggle my work desk. Yeah, Rob Zombie, that's the next best thing to death metal. Why did he never do a whole album of songs like More Human Than Human? It's like everyone agrees, hey, this is your best style, just keep doing this. And he's like, nah, I'm gonna go back to Southern Hillbilly. Rockabilly metal. Well, he did have one album that was quite catchy. What was it? I have it on my CD shelf because I still sometimes buy CDs like a dummy. not super stable, but with just a little bit of build out, just using steel stick, can easily stabilize that. Okay, cool. Best of both worlds. Dracula, Living Dead Girl. Are you mentioning other good songs of his? Hillbilly Deluxe is my favorite. Rob CD, what? Better than White Zombie? What is wrong with you? It's like you care about music and not just hooks. What is the, what's the album where he's got the song about, is it like, goes down the Amazon on a boat, it comes back with a weird woman. I wish his, I hate his lyrics. I hate lyrics that are like, I'm just gonna evoke things randomly and like start telling a story and then not really tell a story. It's like, do one or the other, dude. Pick a lane. I shouldn't be so grumpy. I just got a bunch of subs. Come to think of it. Yes, patron, you're right. You're absolutely right. All your opinions on Rob Zombie. 100%. Okay, now. Back to making this tough decision. New album, Venomous Rat Regeneration Vendor. Oh, haven't heard of that one. Super Beast. Yeah. Educated Horses? Is that an album or a song? So, oh man, I was afraid of that, so I broke the sculpture by trying to jam it back into that mold there. Probably will be a pretty easy fix, but oh, and I'm gonna have to fix it in the mold because, well, I don't technically have to, but it would be a much huger pain probably to do it otherwise. Educated Horses was the third solo album. Living Dead Girl, because I'm a big Chucky fan. Little Moon Child, subscribed. That must be over on YouTube? Is that what's happening? I'm too old to know what's happening anymore. But I appreciate it. Whatever's happening, I appreciate it. Okay, so let's... I feel like I want to do this side first. Oh yeah. Okay, the choice is made for me. This is the side that's still stuck in the mold. If I were to do this side first, I would have to pull this out of this end and stick it in there. And yeah, that's just asking for even more trouble. So we shall put this to this side. Ooh, this means I probably want some heated this stuff. Clay. That's the word. Clay. I'm gonna go stick this in the oven real quick. Uno momento. And I'm back. You guys can stop holding your brush. Need to change the animation notation so you know which is which. Yeah. There's so many things I need to do. Okay, so let's fix this first of all. Look at that. Brokey, brokey. It's like super glue will fix that just fine. You know, it's not like a nose broke off and there's going to be a big seam. It doesn't even matter if there's a seam there. See? And I just bought super glue. Hooray! Where did I put super glue? Oh, over here. Abolition prop. Are you named after the company I've got a bunch of friends working at and almost worked at myself? I interviewed there, but I was honest with them and said, if I come to work for you guys, it's going to be temporary until I find a job in Seattle. And they were like, we're not so into that. It was like, fair enough. Kids want Terraria mods. Oh, okay, yeah, get them Terraria mods. That's important for a growing child. Uh-oh. Something snapped off there that I don't seem to have the tip of. Where would it have gone? It's odd. It fall into here? Did it fly off? Did it get stuck in the rubber of the other side? Is this it? No. Well, again, I think I got pretty lucky because I don't know if you can see it here, but so this little section, right? I've got this tip, that's fine, but this little section got chipped off. But all it is just this kind of rough wood chipped look. So actually, I think it's probably fine to leave it as is. Not ideal, but fine. Your husband is a huge fan of mine. Me? Personally, me? Wow. Thank you. Tell him thank you. Tell him I'm a fan of him now. Man, this video tutorial I'm shooting is going to be great because it's going to be full of stuff that beginners will make mistakes with and how to deal with those mistakes. because I'm just beginner enough myself that I'm making all these mistakes a la natural. Sweet, you've actually got him followed. Sweet Tooth 81. You made his week when you visited his stream. Oh, yeah, cool. I remember now. What was he working on? I remember it was something cool. Yeah, I heard your voice in the background. I will, when does he stream next? He's like me, he's probably working on millions of different things all the time, huh? Yeah, I love visiting other streams. I just don't get to do it as often as I'd like. Usually it's if I'm at work and the thing that I'm doing is kind of a repetitious thing I don't have to think very hard about, which happens less now that I'm a designer than when I was an environment artist. So I think that's why I've been on fewer streams lately. Ah, here's that piece. That's hilarious. It's so funny how the internet has changed things to the degree that, you know, a guy like just a middle class dude who does streams and works in software development can be perceived as a celebrity to, you know, I don't know, a dozen people or whatever. I mean, I feel it myself. I have a coworker who worked on Dragonheart and Shooty Bug, Space Marines, whatever that movie is. Designed the, or you know, was part of the team that designed the bugs on that movie. Starship Troopers, that's the one. Yeah, so I was oh, actually, he worked on original Jurassic Park as well. Yeah, so I had some serious fanboy time until, you know, I've been working with him for a while, and we sculpted together and stuff like that, and it was like, oh, so funny. And great. That's right, all you need is a little cult to be a celebrity in. Alright, so these are on pretty well. Good. So all I've got to do is cut this what is this? This is what happens when you sleep until noon. Plastic wrap? Sure. All I gotta do is cut this plastic wrap down enough so that it goes past where I have the seam lines marked. which means I might have to pull some of this rubber back a bit, cut the stuff, and then put the rubber back up to it. And by rubber, I mean clay. It will be rubber. I think that's why I'm thinking of it that way already. Rather, it will be replaced by rubber. Legit talks about my YouTube videos all the time. Awesome. You know, I worked really hard on them, so I'm glad they made as big a splash as they did. I was in the middle of working on my Colossus video, and I had pretty much lost all hope, right? Because that project took me 4.5 years. And I kept having to redo things, and I think it was at a point where I was like, I can't even think about this, whether I'm going to redo this massive thing right now for like, yeah, I don't even know how long. It was probably a year that I just stepped away from it. And during that time, it was like, you know what? I've given all these like personal classes or live classes on sculpting a head. It's like, why would I not just do a video tutorial on that? And so I feel like that re-energized me and got me back into being able to complete that Colossus. So I'm excavating now till I get down to the point where I can see the black line that I drew across the surface of the sculpture. Hey Beaver! My camera has issues? What do you mean? Be specific. Luna Moonchild, you would be surprised. That is actually not a long time when it comes to projects that I work on. I've got a video series I've been working on since, well, I started writing the script for it in 2008. That is still in production, you know, on and off as I get to it. I've got my, my Zelda remake. I'm remaking the original Legend of Zelda that I've been working on since 2002, I think. This book series I started world designing on 20 years ago. Okay, so now I can see that little black line there. That is the seam line, so I need to get past that and then cut the plastic down. There's a time on the screen and insert SD card icon. Oh, that just means I'm recording to the SD card right now because I'm going to be using this footage in a tutorial. So I turn that on and off as I go when I feel like this footage will be valuable for the tutorial. Thanks for alerting me though, because sometimes I do have camera problems and I need to deal with them. Yeah, see, it should go away now. Yeah, I actually just fairly recently discovered that I have the capability of recording to the SD card at full 4K while I'm streaming. I thought it was going to only be 720 because that's what it uploads to OBS, but it can simultaneously record to the card at full full K. Let's just call it full K, which is amazing and awesome. Alita says real-time 5 minutes is about 2,875 years in Josh time. Yes. Luna Moonchild says, what is the stuff you're chipping out, clay? Yeah, this is, I forgot the name of it. It used to be called clean clay, and it's just an oil-based, non-sulfur clay that you use for doing the layup, it's called, where you need to make the other part. You know what? Just watch the tutorial video when it comes out. You'll see. I could explain all this stuff with words, but it's way easier to just show. Alita says the snow is melting away. But I guess then I can go to the barn tomorrow. I guess that would be nice. Sometimes it's nice to take a break from things also. Like I'm one to talk. Last night I worked out here in the garage on this for a mere 4 or 5 hours and then was like, you know what, I'm going to treat myself and stop working on this. Of course, then I just went and worked on stuff on my computer, trying to get my logo, my business card, the banners for my booth, all that stuff designed. I still have to come up with a... I don't know if it's technically called a logo when it's just words in a particular font, you know, but I need to come up with something I'm happy with for my Tales from Talifar brand. AJ says, yeah, I've enjoyed the snow days keeping me home. I've had to back off a lot of horseback riding because I was wearing myself out and it wasn't fun anymore. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between, like, just pushing through to, you know, because you just don't feel like it. You know, like you do with your writing, right? It's like you just make yourself do it every day and you end up glad that you did. Hard to tell the difference between that and like legitimately burning yourself out on a thing. But maybe since you have practiced doing it with your books, that gives you a better perspective on knowing the difference. Yep, I tend to push through a lot, but with the horses, it's a huge mental task to ride, and I was burning out because it's always overcoming mortal terror to ride. Not bad horses, but very forward horses. Now that I've relaxed on it and only riding one horse a day instead of two, it's more fun and not as mentally taxing. Physically, I can do it no problem. My brain was frying. Good thing too, because I wasn't as shaken up when Sinoni was a real pill and threatening to buck last week. Oh. That's one of those, I don't know if it's, if it counts as a, I can't remember, there's a term for this, just like how realistic things are in stories, but like horses in all the stories that I've ever read or seen movies or TV shows on, they're basically vehicles, and it's just like you get on and you just ride it because that's what they're for, right? You just drive it to your location. But yeah, they don't really deal with the personalities and how they can have on days and off days and that whole issue of actually dealing with a real living creature. Which probably comes because most writers don't have experience actually owning horses. This is tough because I'm having to dig down into this little corner, and you can see I'm getting clay on the sculpture, which is not great. Probably be able to get that off with a brush and some alcohol, but yeah, the ideal is I get a nice crisp line, but if it's all mushy down there, it's going to be a bad seam line. When it's at this kind of angle, it's hard to get at it. I mean, potentially I could pop the whole thing out and like pull the mold off of it a little bit, but that's going to make things probably messier all over the place. I'm going to keep excavating around it, and maybe I'll be able to then get my tool at the angle it needs to be to address that edge. She's going through a testing phase. Sometimes I wish I was into motorcycles. I imagine motorcycles can get testy at times too, but probably not in the same way. This would be so much easier if I just put the part line around here, but it would make cleaning up the part line on all my casts really obnoxious. Going over this kind of surface means having to scrape into every little divot and probably use a little grinder, blah blah blah. Whereas if it goes along an edge like this, it's just you take the razor and you go shh, and it's done. So you put in the extra frustrating effort now in the hopes that it will yield benefits down the road. Kenzo, that's why I assumed you damaged yourself on a motorcycle, because you think they're fun. And not some other boring way that I already forgot because it's so boring. Oh, look at that. Put a little bit of pressure on that to dig down in there and snapped it off. Right. I'll just leave it off until I'm good and ready. Seemed like they would be a friend of mine. Got in a really bad motorcycle accident last summer, broke their hips in 3 places, but before that another friend was thrown off her horse and she also broke her hips in 3 places. Oh my gosh. That's awful. Yeah, I like that kind of fun but somewhat risky stuff. Definitely don't care about as much as I've gotten older and probably less testosterone in my system compelling me to do dumb things. It's just there's so much time that I want to spend making art. Like, this is my real passion that I really love, and I will trade many years of doing this over, you know, some moments of fun doing something risky. Although if I could do the wingsuit thing, I think I would probably do that. That's the one exception. Which of course then would end up killing me, just because it's the one exception. If I use a bigger tool, this go faster. dig out all the clay. It's easy to replace. Kenzo says, not really, had a bad crash. Suppose I had crashed, but that was simply diesel on a wet day. Like oil on the road. Little alert tool. Hello, 76. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Okay, so there is the actual parting line. Great to be able to push the plastic wrap away just enough. I'm sure I'm not going to get a little fringe of it stuck in that parting line. How did I not cut all the way through? Still cutting it closer than I'm comfortable with, but I don't think I can do any better without removing the piece from the mold, so. I'm gonna go ahead and build from there. The important thing is I can see this line clearly. See this line that I drew closely, and I can build the clay up to it. Lunar Moon Child 42 says, by any chance did I send any message that were just letters my son got on the keyboard? If so, I'm really sorry. Nope, I didn't see any gibberish little son letters. You should never apologize for being hilarious. Looks like I got a paintbrush hair lodged in his hair here. Under several layers of primer. Okay, I'm gonna put this back. Question mark. Now, in theory, the rest of this should be easy. You know how my theories always work out, 100%. 100%. Whoa. Yeah, glad that wasn't an X-Acto knife. Yes, I have, I don't know if you saw it, but I think it was the last Shadow of Colossus video that I posted. I slit my hand open super deep, got a bunch of stitches. That was a very dramatic episode. If I was thinking ahead, I would have videoed the whole trip to the ER. But that's okay, I dramatically recreated it in the video. Scar was funny because after they took the stitches out, the two parts still weren't quite together, and there was some weird like white meaty bits underneath. Totally looked like buck teeth. And so I did an awesome Photoshop where I put my own eyes over it because it looked like a funny mouth. Oh, you know what? I should do a quick little video. demonstrating that as I remove this, putting it over here. Onto this pile. I'm keeping that for later for good reason. Hey, our Graves! How's it going? What are you getting excited for? Oh, getting exciting. You could say that. I'm too busy being stressed to be excited. But I suppose stress is one form of excitement. The catharsis that comes after the stress, I think, would be excitement. Like, if I get all this stuff done, my book is published, I'm sitting in the booth at NorwestCon on my birthday, people are walking up and being like, that's an amazing Colossus, and I see you have a book for sale, and I'm going to buy your book. Then I'm going to be like, it's all worth it. I'm really excited to be working on sculpture art that is going towards what I'm trying to accomplish in my life. You know, kind of making a living off of art. Because I tried the whole, you know, sculpting, molding, casting, and selling those things about 12 or 13 years ago, and I became convinced that there was no way that I personally could make it work as a living, because you can't compete with China. Like, you can get cool figures and statues for 1/100th of what I would have to charge based on how much time it takes me to make these things. And like, yeah, I just, especially because I'm a purist and I only want to make my own stuff. I don't want to sell, you know, Batman sculptures and that kind of stuff. Nothing wrong with doing that for those who are doing it, but it's not my passion, right? I like making original stuff. So yeah, there's no way anyone's gonna buy an original sculpture that costs 100 times more than they can get a known character that they recognize from China. Yeah, but so what's exciting to me is that I'm doing this sculpting and molding and blah blah blah, not so that I can sell these, although I will have them for sale. I honestly don't care if anyone buys them. I am making them for visual development and art, book covers, that kind of stuff, for my book series that I hope to be more than just books at some point. I want them to be the next Game of Thrones, you know, well, not the next, because I really don't want to start making a TV series until the technology is there to do it all CG in a way that you can't tell is CG. So, I've not crossed the uncanny valley yet. That needs to happen before I develop this into a series. Making them so I can give them to you? That's right. I mean, certainly. A certain amount of these will be going to friends and family and contest winners and that kind of stuff. Absolutely. Grave says, glad to hear there's a book in the works. I love your YouTube vids. Thank you. The book is nothing like the YouTube vids because it's a fantasy adventure series. Luna says, feel like we'll definitely be buying the books with art. They're, so you know, you buy a fantasy novel and there's an illustration on the cover. There's like a map. There might be an illustration or two inside. Like if it's a Brandon Sanderson book, there's probably going to be 20 illustrations inside. Mine is more like, you know, it's not a graphic novel where there's pictures on every page, but I think there's at least 100 illustrations in every novel so far. We have 11 novels in the work. Our first trilogy is the one that's the first book of that trilogy comes out April 1st, and this guy is going to be the cover model for it. He is the protagonist in the series. And yeah, anyone who's a fan of mine, boy, I would super appreciate it if you bought the book and reviewed it on Amazon. That is like the most valuable thing in the world to indie authors. Makes the algorithm actually pay attention to us and recommend the book to people who read similar things. Even negative reviews are helpful. At least they have been. You know, the algorithm's always changing, so who knows? But certainly middling reviews that are just like, it's fine. You know, 3 stars. Super helpful. Especially when it comes to indie books. I think what most people go to the Amazon reviews is to just see, okay, is this one of those just fly-by-night vanity things that, like, someone was like, I'm going to be a writer and make a, you know, make a novel. I've always had this idea, but they know nothing about writing and they just kind of make a piece of garbage. That certainly happens in the indie publishing space quite a lot. So the reviews, even a review that's like a 3-star review, will at least let them know, okay, this isn't just utter garbage. It's worth a risk. Been working really hard on it. We got several incredible beta readers who's given us great feedback, one of which was Aletha, AJ Baki here, who's also an author herself. and has a book on sale for 99 cents you should check out now. Quick, post your link, Aletha. We'll sell a million copies. Oh yeah, I'd absolutely sign. I'm guessing because I'd like to be doing a like a monthly giveaway on the stream here, and so I imagine signed copies of the book will be one of those things that I give away on a pretty regular basis. So save your hearts, save up your hearts for those contests. You get a heart every 5 minutes you're on here, I think. And then the more hearts you spend on a drawing, the bigger your chance of winning is. I think that's how it works. We'll see. I haven't done a real one yet. I did a test one a while ago, and I'm sure I've already forgot how to do it, so I'm going to need to find some help from someone at some point to figure that out again. I've just been so focused on trying to get this done, I haven't had a chance. J. Baki says, did I tell you that Leela gave one of my stories a 5-star? I mean, I think I gave your book a 5-star on Audible. It's worth it. It's really great. Solid book, really fun, imaginative, fun characters you cared about. Like, that's half the battle right there. There it is. Anyone who likes fun, fantasy, cute characters should check out that link. Hidden Level is on sale. The book you are talking about is Magic is to Dance. It's not currently on sale though. No, I know. Hidden Level is your most popular one though, right? Because it's RPG lit. Apparently that's a hot genre. It's funny, one of the comments I got from several beta readers was that some of the way the parts of Bowmark's quest are set up felt too video gamey, or like a Dungeons and Dragons campaign that was being, told to him by a dungeon master. I think that is one of just a few things left I wanted to massage a bit. We are not trying to be RPG lit. Although I certainly wouldn't mind scavenging a bit from that crowd. I think I put the parting line closer to the front of his head than I really need to, so I might go off the rails a bit. That's not the term I'm looking for. Off the beaten path, off script. That's what I was trying to say. There's the parting line, and I think it just goes way up front, and it probably doesn't need to. In fact, the more you keep the seam line towards the back, the less obvious it's going to be. On the other hand, following the natural flow of the hair is also a plus. So. And there's this fairly deep divot here, but I could pull it up there. I think that's what I'll do. Like this says, thinking back, yeah, I can see how they would get that gaming vibe from the things Bowmark needed to do. I mean, a lot of games, they take the basic quest narrative and they do a kind of, they find a way to add repetition to it, because you think about specifically video games, and it's like these systems have been built, like combat and jumping and bombing walls, whatever it is, right? And it's like, if you just do that once, all that time you spent coding and designing that and the player spent learning it, it's kind of wasted if you only do that thing once. So it makes sense that video game plots would have you doing things multiple times. You gotta find, you know, all 9 pieces of the Triforce. You've got to get 10 jewels from the 10 kings. You've got to get, you know, whatever it is to accomplish your major task. So yeah, anything where it feels like the hero is repeating a thing in literature, I imagine, can start feeling gamey because of that. My goal was less about that and more about wanting to give a good reason to explore a huge chunk of the world that I've been designing. Yeah, Bowmark does have technically a repetitive task in that he's supposed to get 10 treasures. But he's allowed to be very, very creative with it, because what those treasures are defined as is kind of up to him, and then it'll be adjudicated at the end. And so there's a lot of creativity in how we go about determining what those are and how he gets them. It's not like, you know, 10 pieces of a single relic or whatever. But yeah, I can definitely see how it would still strike people that way regardless of what our intentions were. You like how my story is set up? Yeah, it was interesting how it came about. It was like I just had a need, which was, man, it sure would be cool to have a story set in my world. And I got an idea for this character and like what his weapon is and how he could do cool moves with it, and he should adventure across the world and blah blah blah. And my mom just happens to be a sci-fi writer and is like, hey, this world is pretty neat, son. How about I write a story for you in it? And I was like, oh, that'd be awesome. She's like, what do you want the premise to be? So I told her, got an idea for this guy, this cool dude, and like he has to do this really awful thing at the beginning that really messes him up, but he's got to go on this quest. I'm not quite sure why he's got to go on the quest. Like he's got to steal 10 things, but I don't want him to be a thief. How do we make this work? So she contributed a bunch of ideas and we kind of brainstormed it, and I think she may have leaned a little bit towards the video game thing just because she assumed that's what I would want, because I professionally develop video games. So probably that perception that people are having is that's where that comes from. I think she thought she was doing me a favor by making it video gamey. But that is certainly not the case in any of the other novels that were written. I don't think. We'll see. We'll see when we get it in front of beta readers if they feel the same way. Feel like you're a D&D player, perhaps. I have played some D&D, yeah. I just like fantasy in all its various formats. Whether it's gaming or movies or novels. Okay. I think I'm finally to the point where I'm ready to lay down the final parting line. Hoorah. Well, before I do that, I think I'm going to clean up some of these little issues that the mold has. Because otherwise rubber can get trapped in these little bubbles and pockets and stuff. Luna, did you answer me when I asked when your husband's going to be on the stream next? What's up, hun?
Are you streaming all day?
Probably not all day, no. Why? You bored? You want me to hang out? Is that what you're saying?
Well...
Did you want to walk in the snow?
Well, I sort of want to go for a walk, but I kind of could eat. I could buy you time if you help me make some food.
Yeah, sure. I'm, actually need to get out there and get my clay in a second, so... Take a quick, I don't know, 5-ish minute break. Weeknights after 11 p.m. Eastern because of the toddler. Most nights, sometimes you can't. Alright, cool. I'll say hi to Heather for you guys. Ooh, yeah, ice cream sounds good. Well, actually it doesn't sound good right now because it's freezing in my studio. But it does sound delicious. You know what, I've already decided I'm gonna do a little bit of a foot on this thing. Guess we'll use the rest of this to do that real quick. He's at work. Alright. Let's see. 11 Eastern is, I think, is it 3 or 4 hours? I know it's 4, but that just seems wrong to me, so I always want to say it's 3. But then when I say it out loud, I'm like, no, that's wrong. It is definitely 3. No, wait, it has to be 4. 11, 10, 9, 8. So either 7 or 8. Okay. Yeah, I'll try to make a note of it. Sometimes when I am getting ready for bed, it is convenient to throw a stream on. So try to remember to do that in the evening. Pop in, say hi again, hopefully. Waffle cone flavor. Oh, nice. Alright, we'll leave it at that. I'm going to take a quick fiber, get my one-armed wife some sustenance. I'll be back. I'll leave my beautiful skull here to check out. Oh, actually, check that other one. So, Mr. Death can keep you guys company while I'm gone. Let's see if he fits in this thing. Yeah, nice. I give him scary lighting. There we go. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Bonk! Alright, time for delicious warm clay. God, has everything been catching on fire while I was gone? No, don't burn down the place. Science fire. Oh, wow. Oh, trying to warm it up for me? Okay, well, in that case, I appreciate it. I just stuck my hands in like near boiling water for 20 seconds. Try to get blood back into them. And I've got nice warm clay to work on, so I should be good now. Hot for science. I know there are a lot of people who effing love science, so. What the effing F? Okay, ready to do our parting scene. Yay! Are you excited? I'm excited. Or as I like to say, exited, because I'm bad at spelling. What happened to Mr. Cable here? He seems upset with me. Got to see my beautiful face, right? That's important in a stream. Okay, so here's the thing. I've got all this clay, right, that I've removed from here, and I want to put most of it back, but not this specific clay because it's cold and hard. So I'm going to make an approximate lump of it. From a cooking streamer when things catch on fire. It's for science. Nice. Okay, so it's about the size of a softball. I'm going to put it down here. Place it with a nice hot ball. A hot ball. Whew. Nice and warm. Sadly, the lowest my oven can go is 170. I would like to warm this up at like about maybe 110, 120. 170 is low as it goes. So I may at some point create a science fire for science. Yeah, you can see it's actually like literally melting in parts. Not the ideal. I just want it warm. Which I could, you know, I have some down by the heater at my feet, but that's not quite warm enough. Could get a hot box. I have a little, like, wax warmer thing. Maybe I should look into that. Although, that probably Yeah, this is actually uncomfortably hot, which is a nice change of pace. I want that on the back of my feet. Forbidden snacks cookie dough, yes. Please, have a bite. I mean, this mold stuff looks just like applesauce when it's before it sets. My pink mold stuff looks like bubble gum. Got all sorts of forbidden snacks. So now I think I need to get on, well, I'm going to put on one fresh glove. Hi, Mom. You missed, I was just shamelessly promoting the book. I found it, I got another sale, pre-sale, if we had pre-sales. We should look into pre-sales. Not for this book, for future books when we actually know how to do it right. Into strips. Well, actually, come to think of it, it doesn't matter how closely this amount matches what was previously on there, because this is going towards the other side of the rubber, part B rubber. So part A rubber here, yeah, because it's gonna be whatever it is. It's whatever I pull out of the other side of the mother mold is going to determine how much. Is it? I think so. How much rubber I'm going to need to replace that clay. Someday I'll figure this out. Yeah, melted monster clay also looks like forbidden food. Mom, if you've never gone to Reddit/forbidden foods, you should definitely do that. It's pretty funny. Still pretty warm. Alright, I'm gonna set this aside to cool a bit, for a bit. Realize there's a little more work I can do on this before I make that parting forbidden snacks. Sorry. Thank you, Damon. Yeah, go to that, Mom. I like it. Don't understand how Reddit works? You know, I don't know that I truly understand it myself. I have posted there a bit on various forums from time to time. I had a harder time with Twitter, though. I could not figure out Twitter for the life of me. I'm a lot more comfortable with it now, but I still don't truly understand what I'm doing there. All I know is that every author says, you gotta be on Twitter, kid. You wanna make it in this biz, you gotta be on the Twitter. So I made myself be on the Twitter. Now I'm regularly posting on Twitter, Facebook, and as close to regular as possible on Instagram. And I just now realized I forgot to send out all the, hey, I'm streaming notices. But I'm doing great. I got 12 viewers right now. That's really good. Lately I've been pulling down like 2 to 4 is probably my average, so I shan't complain. Damon says it's an amalgamator, like Dig used to be. These days, Facebook is old people. Twitter is where most conversation happens, and Instagram is for kids, celebrities, and thoughts? What are thoughts? It's really... I've had the best conversations online on Facebook. Personally. But also, I'm an old person, so that's fine for me. I have had very few good conversations on Twitter. It's hard to do with that character limit. And to get around the character limit, people post these multi-tweet threads, whatever, and it's like, I can't tell which one you're supposed to hit the little talk balloon to reply to, and if that replies to just that thing or to the whole thread. And like when you want to reply to the whole thread, do you do the thing at the end or the one at the beginning? And I'll see people, my friends have commented on other threads, and so I'll click on it and it takes me to like that part of it, and I'm like, okay, how do I get to see the full thing? And as far as I know, there's no good answer to that. So I end up not talking too much. I just post random things on there. I retweet stuff that I find interesting or funny, and I post my little videos when I'm going live on the stream. Quasar says food goes there too. Yes, Damon says, without breaking your stream rules, let's just say they are models. Okay. AJ says, I don't understand Twitter either, but one of my favorite authors recommended and retweeted my book on there, so I'm really happy now. Hooray! Damon says, yes, Luna, I'm not approving of that, though. Damon used ad-blocked term, thought ho. It's fine. I'm not strict about it. Just in general, I try to keep it PG-13. If an occasional F-bomb gets dropped, I'm not too upset. You're allowed to do that in a PG-13 movie. I think up to twice. try to inhabit that educational space, shall we say? Because I've got messages from homeschooling moms who go through my art tutorials in lieu of having an art teacher, so it's pretty cool. Any thought discussion would definitely become more rated R, if not NC-17. Huh, okay. Haven't come across that. I assumed it was like Facebook, where nudity and that sort of stuff would be reported and banned or whatever. I follow several art things. What are they even called on Instagram? I don't know. But there's definitely some artistic nudity in there. But it is like legitimately artistic, not, you know, artistic nudity. Like on what's that one place? Deviant Art, right? Which they've got an artistic nudity category. And I looked on there once and was like, oh, this okay. I see what this is. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to have an edge that goes, let's see, not quite all the way up, so that the two flaps of rubber will meet and also fit into this part of the mold. It's the H part of thought. Okay. Now you're making me try to figure out what the letters stand for. Since it's the internet, I'm going to guess the T is for teen. And you've revealed what the H is. Although the T could also be, what are those cute little birds called? Titmouse, like a titmouse. Girls selling nudes. Yeah. A tale as old as time. Can you sell stuff on Instagram, or is it just like go to my website and buy stuff? Because I have noticed that I can get tons of likes on Instagram and it translates to 0 like actual click-throughs, like they don't actually go to the video. But it just could be because Instagram hates YouTube and doesn't want people clicking away from Instagram. Probably go to my Patreon, Snapchat, whatever. I I've not ever done Snapchat. Is it still the thing where like its whole selling point is that whatever you post disappears after a certain amount of time? I just fundamentally don't understand the point of that. Because I am old, I'm sure. Like, I remember when it first came out, that's what all the teens were on. It's like, yeah, I don't understand many things. And that's okay. No one can ever understand all the things. Private snaps. AJ says, I don't understand Snapchat either. Seems like a waste, but I'm also old. This stream is definitely full of old fogies. I miss having, what's her name? She goes by Dark Winged Angel. She was, I want to say 15 or 16 when I first started streaming, so she's probably 16 or 17 now. But that means she knew things. She understood the wider world and could explain these sorts of things to us old fogies. Quasar says, I don't see the point of it being timed and disappear after X time, but whatever. Damon says, Snapchat lost 1.3 billion in value in like a day after a Kardashian tweeted that who still uses Snap or something like that. Yeah, those companies, they live by the whims of celebrities. It's hilarious and sad. Like, who uses Snap anymore? It's totally, not even cool. It sounds like what you're saying is I need to get a Kardashian to endorse my book. Do any of you guys know Kardashian personally? Can you put in a word for me? Heater. Yes, people do follow celebrities blindly. show for the tutorial that I've got this little bit of distance here between the clay there and this lip. That's right, you all must follow me blindly as I run us off a cliff. Trust me guys, it's this way. I'm very confident. Spyro Lavender, thanks for the follow. I mean, it depends on the cliff, right, Quasar? I mean, it might not be too bad. Won't know until you try. You think I'm more talented than a Cardassian? Thank you. I mean, I always assumed they were the most talented people in the world because they're so famous. How deep is the water on the other side? That's true. It's just a cliff. You don't know what's at the bottom of that cliff. Not onto some rocks? Alright, fair. In fact, I have a... Let me find this real quick. I'm going to post a video for you to show you what it's like when I take you to a cliff. I did an old... Well, it wasn't old at the time, but when I was in high school, I made a bunch of videos. Action movies. Let's see, the Pool Sharks trilogy. Here we go. So in Pool Sharks 3.2, I'm gonna go right to the cliff scene. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. Share. Start at that time. Okay. Here you go, guys. Now you will know. Click on that link and you'll see what it's like going to the cliff with me. Rocks are hard usually. There's some crumbly ones, like talc. Talc is pretty soft. If you guys got the time, I recommend watching that entire movie trilogy. It is something. It is absolutely not nothing. I guarantee it. There's something happening at every moment. That's right, no water. Although the end is kind of spoiled, but that's alright. It's more about the journey than the destination when it comes to the Pool Sharks trilogy. Spyro, you would jump. Well, that's because you got dragon wings, so that's no fair. Yep. You hit the rocks so hard you catch on fire. It's all the friction rolling down the rocks on the way down. Might be hard to believe, but that scene was improv. Didn't mean to catch his body on fire. I just want it smoldering, but the little smoke bomb that I put in there caught the clothes on fire. And then ended up catching the rocks on fire, which was extra hilarious. Because the rocks are made out of like mattress foam that I painted. Yep, science fire. Exactly. That whole movie is for science. Oh my gosh, this music is so awesome. It reminds me of Mickey Mouse's Mickey Mouse and the Castle of Illusion on Sega Genesis. They totally had a level with this kind of music. Well, now you have seen burning rocks, so you can't say I've never shown you anything new. And OFC, gotta have "Don't You" over the end of the video. Don't you forget about me. It's classic. You just gotta. It was our last movie we filmed together before we went our separate ways in life. I actually, the reason that video is online and has music and stuff and editing is because my friend who I threw off the cliff there was getting married about a decade ago. And so I thought it'd be a fun wedding gift to actually go in and edit the movies the way I'd always wanted to. And I made an actual like DVD with a case and like reviews and stuff on it. It was pretty funny. He liked it. It was so frustrating to shoot that kind of stuff and not have the ability to edit it, because back then, like, editing equipment was thousands of dollars. You would need to get an editing bay. And so those are just sitting on old Super 8, not Super 8, what did they say? Super 8 was a film format. What was the, there was some video tape format that had an 8 in it as well. And that's what it was on, like these little tapes. I managed to find a tape player and video out them onto the computer and did all the incredible editing and effects and music. Those were probably shot in 1991 and 92, I would guess. 8mm? 8-track. One of those things, for sure. One of those things. Not Super 8, because Super 8 was an actual film format, I recall, because it's from a delightful J.J. Abrams movie of the same name about kids making movies with a Super 8 camera. It was like VHS, it was just smaller tapes. Going back to packing Israel souvenir boxes. You're quite the gift giver, aren't you, Damon? Zero sees the generous God. Nice. You don't have quite as many piercings as Zero sees from 300 though. This angle is so awful to work with. This is just going to be a messy seam line no matter what. Probably. Maybe not. Maybe I'll find a way to make it not messy. area in there. There's no way to get a tool into it in any clean way that I can figure out. Maybe... all my rubbery nubbery tools disappeared, and I don't know why or where. Oh, what is happening? I think Earth is still orbiting our sun. Snapchat lost 1.3 billion because a Kardashian said something bad about them. My shoulder is still kind of hurting. And, I've been trying to make a nice clean seam line in this clay layup, as they call it, for 3 hours. It's ridiculous. It should not take so long. Maybe a short, stiff brush will work well here. I'm gonna use a little bit of 99% alcohol. I think if I drink that, that will help me solve this problem. Forbidden snacks. Heads up. Wait, heads up? What do you say when you drink? You say something up. I don't drink, so I don't know these things. Bottoms up? Bottoms up. That's right. this little fiddly work probably seems pretty pedantic if you haven't done the process before. But the cleaner this line that I'm making where the clay meets the statue, the cleaner the seam will be when it's cast. And the reason you want a clean seam is because it's just way less work you have to do every time you cast a sculpture. Otherwise you have to go in and do a bunch of cleanup work, which, I mean, to be honest, it's not like I'm going to be making hundreds of these statues. So this is probably an unnecessary amount of fiddly work, but I don't know. Do I know? I don't know. Don't have my patience? Yeah. A lot of people don't. I mean, clearly you have some patience, or you wouldn't have this on. You would have given up on me by now. Watching is soothing. Well, I've heard that from a lot of people. It's interesting.
Any ideas?
Not really. Yeah, definitely watching someone do something repetitive is different than doing it yourself. That is for sure. Now I'm a little worried here because to get the rubber pieces to fit together, you have to imagine this whole area is filled with rubber, right? And so this part might have trouble locking into there with that undercut, so I'm going to move the seam line a bit to hopefully avoid that problem. days is soothing. I was gonna die of anxiety watching Josh's Wednesday stream. That was pretty anxiety provoking. Wrestling with the mother mold, didn't want to cooperate, and the chances of things breaking or him losing a finger were very high. Yeah. Lita says, when I get really nervous watching a show, I hide my head under my arms and kind of peek at the screen, and that's what I was doing with the stream half the time. I should market this stream as an intense thrill ride. That makes me think there have got to be like stunt people and like parkour people who live stream their practice. I bet those are pretty interesting. We've got a bounty hunter followed. This stuff is interesting. Oh, I saw that channel. They just sit in a car most of the time, I think. He does gaming and then goes on the hunt late. I've only seen a couple streams, but yeah. Cars and driving around and trying to get into apartment buildings that have a code. Okay, so other thing I want to point out. Actually, let's start a fresh one. Okay. So, this is what you want to avoid. You can see how there's a gap and the rubber would leak right through that and fill up underneath the sculpture. So that is what you have to avoid at all costs. Yeah, that is the kind of thrill-seeking behavior that I don't care for. I prefer the thrill of trying to open a mother mold that might break my statue and waste $150 worth of rubber and mold material. That's my high stakes, high risk lifestyle choices. little cusp around the cup that would totally grab the rubber will pull into that, and it would get stuck and probably rip when I try to remove it. Find interesting stuff in the IRL section. Yeah, every time I've browsed, I've never found anything I'm interested in, but that's only been once or twice, so not a fair sample. Hitchhiking around Europe also sounds like a great one to watch from the safety of home. Yeah. I have a friend who does that from time to time. Dude, that's... wow. I really like the creative when people are actually working on things. Some of them have a thing in front of them that they barely touch the whole time. Guess I haven't run into that problem before. I suppose because I'm doing artwork, and that is the reason I stream. I'm like, well, if I'm doing it anyway, why not invite people to watch who enjoy that sort of thing? Although I suppose if you had like a constant stream of conversation going, it could be distracting, but I think if I ever get to that point, I'll just ask my wife or my son to come in and read me comments so I don't have to keep looking up. But I mean, at this rate, it doesn't slow me down hardly at all. Fraser says, yep, I watched a few streams like that where they go around Japan or some other countries and do fun stuff. Just showing you the world. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Letha says, I only watch 2 streams, Josh and the other Josh. That's a good rule of thumb. Only watch Josh streams. Yeah, I ran into Yeah Dude Gamers on Twitter. We both commented on, let's see, Mike Rugnetta from, what did he do? Oh, Idea Channel. He was the Idea Channel guy on PBS on YouTube for a while. But he was talking about the difficulty of keeping up with all the different social platforms as a content creator, and either I commented on Josh's comment or he commented on my comment, and then that made him reach out to me and ask if I wanted to be interviewed on his podcast, because they were looking. He has a podcast about called AV Underground, about the trials and tribulations of trying to make a go at being a content creator online. So I did that, and as a result, he came and hung out on my stream from time to time, and bumped into Letha that way, I guess. AJ says, yeah, Dude Gamers is nice and chill, and he plays some fun games. He does a variety, finishes one of them, goes to the next. Lately he's been doing Subnautica, I think it's called. Very pretty. He streams at 10 p.m. Eastern. Subnautica does look fun. Damon says, that's why people hire social media management companies. Yeah, that'd be nice. I'd love to hire one of those. Actually, ideally, I would just hire an individual who knows me very well and knows what I like and don't like and can kind of match my brand. It'd be so nice to offload the things that I'm just too stupid to figure out, like how to award points on Twitch for people who already support me on Patreon. How to run contests. Use your son. You know, my mom keeps trying to recruit him to do that. He's just too lazy. He doesn't, if he's not self-enthused about a thing, he's not going to do a good job at it. I've even had a hard time getting him to work on our Space Invaders movie that we shot in the spring. I gave him lots of opportunities to weigh in on what kind of movie we should do while we're out. Although, you know, I certainly pushed for Space Invaders just because I thought it would be achievable by someone who has to learn, you know, how to do the special effects and editing and all that stuff. just blocky pixely things. And but he apparently feels like I railroaded him and forced him to do my vanity project. That made me feel really sad because I sacrificed a lot to go on that trip with him and do that project with him. But, you know, back when we were planning it, he didn't chip in a lot of ideas, so I did most of the ideas. And now he feels unempowered, like he's got to do this chore now. Teenagers, what are you going to do? Still a good kid, just, you know, lacks perspective and experience. Alita says, well, you could seize it for you and make the vid. Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't do it, eventually I'll do it. He's working on it, he just grumbles about it. He does it slowly. He also has ADD, which makes it really hard for him to focus on any one thing for long enough to really get in gear with it. You know, he can't even get through most movies without getting bored. Damon says, I want to lock my teenager in a closet till he turns 25. That seems like a good common sense policy we can all get behind. More teenagers that are locked in closets until they're 25, the better the world will be, I think. For any teenagers watching, that was a joke. Joking, you guys. Just razzing you. Teenagers are expert grumblers. Yes, they are. Alita says, man, when I was a teenager, I would have really been into doing something like that. So yeah, I mean, on paper, he's totally into it. And it's just, when he runs into difficulties, then his brain goes to that place of like, oh man, why do I have to be doing this? Why is this so hard? Why can't I just, you know, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's just one of those life skills you learn. Perseverance. Well, some people don't. Hopefully he will be one of the people who does learn it. I'm just glad he didn't do what I did at his age and marry his first girlfriend. Quasar says, but then they come out and make all those mistakes teenagers make. Luna says, that's when the brain is well developed, and then it's still cooking. Except they're grown men. Oh. Damon says, I'll make it my political platform when I run in 2020. Firmly stand behind your lock all teenagers in a closet platform. Razor says, I wonder what's the average age of your followers, viewers. Moon is 36. That sounds about a good average. Yeah, I have a really odd demographic, shall we say, for the kind of content I produce. A lot of older folks, a lot of old women, which, you know, I love old women, so I have no problem with that. But yeah, considering I do all these like heavy metal demon skulls and disembodied hands and, you know, just weird freaky stuff, yeah, got an unusual demo. And like coincidentally, as far as I can tell, every single beta reader for my book, which is, you know, a young man whose mother dies and father is about to die, goes off on a fantasy adventure, you know, all these things that are just like custom made for teenage boys. All of my beta readers have been young women. Oh no, I can't say that. There is another middle-aged guy, coworker, who's been reading it. He just hasn't been commenting on the paper. But he gives me real-life feedback, which is cool. Letha says, I really like that Brandon Sanderson's Steelheart book that was about a teenage guy. That's his superhero series, right? I have not read that. I just finished book one of his Mistborn. That's book one of his Mistborn series. Now I'm like, do I keep doing Mistborn or do I go back to Stormlight archives? Am I getting them all like mixed together in my head? DJ says, I don't really care about age or gender so long as the book is engaging. Indeed. Kind of superhero series. It's really different, but there's an aspect about it that really annoys me, but it's still really good. I need to read the Mistborn series. Yeah, quite a lot happens in the first one. I did not expect it to end the way it did. They're all in the same universe of Cosmere. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I'm like, alright, I don't know what the point of that is, but good, I guess. Well, I do know what the point of it is. It is an invitation to theory crafting, which engages fans and keeps them talking about your work between books. Although, why does he need it? Like, he writes a new book every month. I wonder what his editor's job is like. I'm curious how finished his books are when he hands them off to the editor, because he makes so many so fast. And on top of it, he does a podcast. A really good one. if you guys have not listened to writing excuses and are interested in writing, you definitely should. Hey, Sweet Tooth 81, how's it going? You got off work? Stuck here for a few more hours? Okay. I won't tell anyone. Hopefully you don't have like a Homer Simpson job where you have to press the no to the overheat the nuclear reactor button every couple minutes. An EMP? That's even worse. Or is it? I guess it depends on what you're in the middle of when you're streaming. So if he stops talking, he may be on a run. I feel like if someone's flatlining or something, then you could just show them my live stream and they'll be so captivated that they'll stay alive just to see what happens next. Be like, Why is he sculpting with applesauce? What is happening here? What is this even? Sweet Tooth says, I'm supposed to be a Twitch celebrity by now because I asked Santa Claus for it. You know, sometimes it takes Santa a while to deliver celebrity, I've noticed. I keep asking him, I'm like, can you just make me have as many viewers as Ninja? That's all I ask. And as many subs as PewDiePie on YouTube. That'd be, just give me that, that's all I want. And have them all buy my book. That's all I ask. I don't think it's unreasonable. That's right, me following you automatically makes you a celebrity. That's how that works. Quasar says, man, Santa is old and I think he's getting lazy. He'll never give me what I ask for. Yeah, that seems likely. He's just tired, that's all. You get old, you get tired. That's what happens. Alright, I'm gonna bring back our demon friend for a minute. Because I need to go to the bathroom. Darn nature calling. Okay, say hi to my little friend. I'll be back. Something about drinking 2 liters of Pepsi Max. I don't know what it is. Alright, BRB. Oh god, Skull is burning the house down again. Can't stay away for too long. this can go. Oops. Kept it recording when I went to the bathroom. In general, that's a bad policy. I don't recommend recording when you're in the bathroom. I mean, unless you're a thought, T-H-O-T, is that how it went? Whatever that may be. Pontimony, hey! Or Pontimini? Let me know how that goes. You're welcome. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. The last one, Pontimini. Yo, you betcha I'm getting into that young lingo. Buster Rhyme, word. I'm hip to the jive of this younger generation, the Pepsi generation, if you know what I'm saying, word. Word up on the home tip. Sad we can't see Bowmark's beautiful face. We will on the next time we will. Yes, Bowmark is very shy. Pontimini says, do you mold the gray plastic parts away and get the negative form for a metal, or do you want to replace it? Yeah, so this is molding and casting. I'm in the middle of the mold making process. And this is going to be cast, not in metal, maybe someday, but just in resin. Would love to get it done in metal, but the cost for that is rather exorbitant. I will settle for fake metal until then. Although that does give me an idea. Probably a bad idea. You know, it can't hurt to just check and see what are the current going rates for a half-size bronze bust. Because once I have the mold, I can easily cast the wax that is needed for lost wax bronze casting. So that would save me an awful lot of time and effort trying to figure out how to get a perfect bronze look for the statue, since it is going to be the cover of my book, my first book. I would like it to be as amazing as possible. I doubt it's a possibility simply because we have a firm ship date though of April 1st, so waiting for it to go out, get done, and sent back is probably not in the cards. But on the plus side, I could have a backup plan wherein, you know, I make the resin, I photograph it, I have it on a layer ready to go in Photoshop, and then who knows, maybe whoever's doing the bronze cast gets it to me just in the nick of time. I can swap them out, you know, photograph it, swap it out, and suddenly the cover is exactly the way I envisioned it, but probably not going to happen. Both for cost and schedule reasons. Tin? Aluminum is simple, I heard. Yeah, I mean, simple in quotes, sure. Still requires a lot of setup and materials that I do not have, not to mention experience. And the most I've cast metal wise is some pewter stuff, but that's because you can cast that into a rubber mold. You don't need to make a wax master and then pack it in like superfine sand and then do lost cast wax, blah 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 blah. It's just a whole nother deal. And what I've learned is that whole nother deals end up taking about 2 or 3 tries before you're even close to being competent at that whole new deal. Plan to make really simple forms. That's a good way to start, for sure. says, audience weigh in. Should the box I'm sending Josh be full of packing peanuts? Hey, as long as it's not filled with peanut brittle, I'll be happy. %, packing peanuts. Nesting doll boxes. I used to do that when I was a kid. Whenever I'd get birthday presents for my friends, it would inevitably start with like a TV or refrigerator box, and then get down to like the size of a ring box. So I guess karmically, I deserve it. Yeah, that would get expensive to ship. I had a coworker of mine, when he was out on vacation, and the people around him did that thing where you wrap up their desk and every little thing on their desk in, you know, Christmas wrapping paper. So when he got back, he had to unwrap everything. And I'm just like, geez, I would not have the patience. Like, the chair alone, oh my gosh. And then, yeah, every little thing, like, he had some toys, you know, little action figure things, a nameplate, you know, various office supplies, whatever. All of it had to be wrapped up in custom shapes. Young Child says, if you're in the US, get the large, if it fits at ships box at the post office, and put smaller boxes. I like pranks that are funny, but mostly just inconvenient. One of my friends shrink wrapped my car once. Whoa, how do you shrink wrap a car? Letha says, time for me to play Guild Wars. Alright, see you, Letha. Thanks for hanging. David says, my dad collects old pennies. Back in 2000, I worked at a mini mart, and someone paid in rolls of wheatback, or older pennies. For Christmas this year, I individually wrapped each penny and gave it to him. It was about 500 teeny little packages. Oh my god. That is insanity. But since we're all old people, I think we all agree that horrible pranks are what most people on YouTube do. Just like going around and scaring and or endangering people. And or sexually harassing them. What? It's a prank! Get it? I'm a YouTuber, it's fine, it's fine, it's a prank. Got one of those rolls of shrink wrap that they use on pallets at business and just walked around my car with it. It was hilarious. It only needed a pair of scissors to fix it. Okay. I thought like that you use like a heat gun or something to actually shrink it down. Damon says, that's why you shrink wrap doors individually. Anything that could potentially hurt someone isn't funny to me at all. I agree. And those, I cheated, ha, just kidding things, or I'm pregnant, ha, just kidding things, suck so much. Yeah. Agreed. Or like, I am walking up to random women and kissing them on the mouth. Haha, get it? Prank. So, no, dude. No. Not acceptable. I love when those guys get punched, honestly. Except the problem is when they're recording it, then they're still getting views from it, and they're happy that it happened. Yeah, what should happen is they get punched, then they get their channel deleted. Yeah, that's what fuels those guys, those kind of people. Those people that resemble certain orifices on body parts that I'm not going to say on my channel out loud. I just... like, I get it. I used to be a dummy with all the privilege and no perspective on life who would find that funny. But man, the fact that we have an institution and infrastructure that actively rewards them for it now, that's not healthy for anyone. Not for them, not for society. just happened to be born at a time when we have this brand new social media platform thing that has algorithms that determine who gets paid money for doing things. And it turns out if you do outrageous things for young, stupid, impressionable people, they will continue to watch and click and share and like your content, and you can get rich for being a terrible person doing terrible things. This will not last, I predict. At some point, we're gonna figure out our algorithms. In fact, I was just reading a thread about this yesterday, about conspiracy theory YouTube, and how they've been figuring out ways to not keep directing people to crazier and crazier and crazier things the longer you're on YouTube. But yeah, right now we don't have the cultural awareness or understanding and or the technological infrastructure to reward good behavior and punish bad behavior. It is quite the opposite right now. It's why someone like me providing free art education has 14 viewers on a live stream, and a thought out there probably has thousands or hundreds of thousands of viewers on her live stream, where she's talking about makeup or sandwiches or something. Not that there's anything wrong with makeup or sandwiches, but just saying the relative effort put in does not yield similar results. Did I use thought right there, Damon? You're the thought police for me, so let me know if I use that wrong. Yes! Totally gonna pass for a youngster. Hello, fellow teenagers. I don't even think I got that meme right. I know it's Steve Buscemi, and it's from the hit TV show that I've watched through twice called 30 Rock. And he's not an undercover cop, he's like a private investigator. For some reason he needs to infiltrate a high school. And I think he's got like a skateboard slung over his back, and like his t-shirt says rock band, like band or something on it. It's a great scene, but I can't remember the exact words. I did use it correctly. I didn't know if it was teenagers or young people or something. Hello, fellow young people. Oh, I used thought correctly, okay. I know of a streamer who does Just Dance as her game that she plays. So many creepy guys in her chat. Oh, the game Just Dance? Does that actually require getting up and physically dancing? I could see how that would attract a creep crowd for sure. Which is another whole annoying thing. It's like people who do just want to do fun physical activities, like young women who, like, that should totally be fine. Why has everyone got to make it a creep thing? Some young ladies certainly lean into it, but the ones who don't want to be perceived that way, as a result, you know, whether they want it or not, comes to them. Again, it's internet society. Needs to be, social norms and mores have yet to be established and evolve to keep up with the technology and what we value as a society and as a culture. Fellow kids, thank you. Those usually have decent moderation, or at least they should. Luna says she's genuinely good at it and isn't dressed crazy skimpy, and there's guys offering gift subs for certain dance moves and stuff. Ugh. 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 That's what I have to say. Like, I always wanted a daughter, but then it's times like this where I think to myself, kind of glad I didn't have a daughter. Imagine I'd be just insufferable old man all the time. Blows them off usually. That's good. We just gotta teach our boys not to grow up into those D-bags. Yeah, I try my best. Turns out kids are gonna do what kids are gonna do, and what their peers do makes about 100 billion times bigger impression on them than anything we say as their parents. But definitely starts by modeling at a young age how to be a respectful, decent human being. I think that probably makes the biggest difference. Probably makes the biggest difference as to whether or not your teen grows out of it or not. I think less, the difference of whether they turn into that D-bag for some period of time, I think that's almost completely dependent on their peers, virtual or otherwise. But yeah, whether they're as they get older, they think, you know what, this is not really me. I don't want to be this kind of person. I think that comes down to what they observed as they were young. That's my theory, though. Just a game theory. Do I have 1 million subs yet? I said just a game theory, guys. Give me 1 million subs. Gotta teach yours to stay off the keyboard first. Yep. Well, Damon, you got 2 boys. You're doing better than I did. I had 2 boys, and then one went off the rails hardcore. And has not been with us for many years as a result. Yeah, it was a sad time for sure. I've had two incredibly stressful times in my life. With my first divorce, where I had to keep my young little kids safe from drug dealers and do a big custody battle. And then later, when the cute little young one turned into a surly, angry, death-threatening teenager. Thought I scraped the bottom down there, but apparently I didn't. Quasar says, not everything can be solved by parenting, I don't think. Sometimes it just goes the wrong way either way. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure there was a mental illness aspect to it, and that pretty much is the, everything gets, every heuristic when it comes to parenting, relationships in general, has to be completely reconfigured when you're dealing with mental health issues. Things that normally work for most people can end up being the wrong thing to do for other people. Because as far as I know, I raised both my kids the same, and one turned out as a sweetheart. The other, who knows? Maybe he'll get there. Maybe he'll get back to sweetheart. Always holding out hope. Only so much to let you love and teach them. How can we go? That's what we're here for, ladies and gentlemen. The stream that makes you cry. Guess it depends on your philosophy in life. I don't see difficult, sad things as intrinsically bad. They feel bad when they're happening for sure, but also everyone is always impacting, affecting, learning from, and teaching others, whether they're trying to or not. So I interpret that hardship as growth, whether it's perceived and enacted on or not. That's what keeps me positive. That and not having high expectations. David says, the forecast tomorrow for morning commute to the gym and work is freezing rain. Ooh. Yeah, freezing and rain, that's not a good combo. Look how smooth this thing is getting. Yep, only 5 hours to get it so smooth. It's so hilarious. Like, this process, in my brain, when I think about it, I was like, oh, this will probably take half an hour, 45 minutes. Even after all these years of knowing that everything I think will take half an hour, 45 minutes, ends up taking 6 hours. I still managed to fool myself. Hey, Luna Moon Child, thanks for the cheer. to not having high expectations. Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you for that. The only exception to my high expectations rule is I give myself permission to have flights of fancy about creating the next Star Wars. That is my career goal. And that's what I'm going to believe will happen. Believe in quotes, you know. I know it's not, and it's fine. But I'm going to act as though I know it's happening. Which gives me kind of the energy and the passion and the drive to push towards that goal. And I don't know that it won't happen. I just know the chances are incredibly tiny. But that's fine. It's about the journey. You know, someone's gonna make the next Star Wars. Might as well be me. As far as I know, no one else is approaching that goal with the same strategy that I am. And maybe that'll make the difference. Damon, I do not remember how I gave you the address last time, but I can Facebook it to you real quick. Okay, I'm not good enough at figuring out phone Facebook. Can you Facebook me real quick so it'll just pop up on my monitor and then I could type it in response? Luna Moonchild, you should go to my web zone. I've got pictures of a lot of those creatures under my Tales from Talafar section. I've been designing the characters and creatures for Talafar for about 20 years on and off, so got an awful lot of development in there so far. And when that pop-up comes up to sign up for my newsletter, sign up for my newsletter. I promise you won't get spammed. I don't think I've sent out a newsletter email in like a year. Once the book comes out, I'll probably up that to once a month, but of Life Dev Works. Oh, where does that take you? I don't even know what that subcategory is. Huh, that's the Tales from Talafar, okay. Yeah, if you hover over Tales from Talafar and go down to Sentient Species, that's where you'll find most of the artwork in those categories. Are we done yet? Nope. Close. We're getting close. Alright? Calm down, you guys. We're getting close. hop off and see if I can watch a full movie at 4 a.m. and not fall asleep. Feel like it's a bad idea. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Crazer. Yeah, I don't know why you want to watch a movie at 4 a.m. But good luck with that. You know what I'm gonna do real quick, like. I'm gonna grab thin-ish one. Is that right? Yeah, this is a good trick. I could dig for a tool for half an hour to try to find what I'm looking for, or I could just make one real quick. I opt for the just make one real quick method. Oh, my camera's being sketchy again. Alright, remind me when I'm about to wrap up to just try a quick test if I turn my camera off and back on. I want to see if it means I have to reboot my stream or not. Yeah, the Ungol are definitely. I made one creature that was ugly cute, and one creature that was cute ugly, and they're my cute ugly. In the sense that they like got 4 arms and like weird long toes. They have a little bit of ugliness to them. And then Skola's people, the Tesla deck, are ugly cute in my opinion. They've got the similar baby face proportions, but are like black leathery creature with bat wing ears, sharp teeth. Oh, Skola's people are listed under the Spitters. And this is reminding me I need to do my shout outs. Got quite a backlog. Alright, on YouTube we've got Aviv, Cohen, Dennis, Hop King, Marco Visconti, Big Cat Dent Crafts, Christopher, Parsons, John Hinley, Movies, Ryan Childers, Javik66, Renee Rios, Inc. Ferguson. On Twitch, we've got Argraves. Back on YouTube. Oh wait, those are comments. Scroll past the comments. Mr. Homanuk, George Nahal, Sadie Strang, Brian Couch, Cosmo Bunny, C. Sebastian, something probably Russian, Matlin Blue, Victor Ramirez, Marcus Dean, more comments, Joe Chan, Henrique Lino, Cinex 250, Rocket 43, Mr. Mike Anier, RY Magic, on Twitch, as stated before, we got Luna Moonchild 42 and Luna Moonchild, Toko Bro, Spyro Lavender, and Pontimini. Thank you everyone for the follows and subs. I gotta delete some of these without deleting the comments. Again, thank you everyone, especially you, those of you watching live. It makes it so much more fun to be out here in my freezing garage when I got folks to talk to. Those are cute in a hairless cat kind of way. Yep. Uncle are cute in a fluffy mogwai way, like Gizmo from Gremlins. Yep. I used to get really annoyed when people would look at Skola or any of my things and be like, oh, you made a gremlin. And be like, come on, it's not a gremlin. Look at all these obvious differences. But then I learned, through doing some research, that there is a archetype of facial features and the way they are laid out that are shared by Gremlins, E.T., Yoda, Stitch from Lilo and Stitch, who else? Ewoks, there's several others that are not coming to mind, but there's this huge, it's just a thing, and like, I learned to just say, yeah, I'm using that same template, like that so many others have successfully used, because humans respond to those particular layouts in that particular way. And if you change the proportions of those substantially, humans stop responding in the way that you intended, right? So it's like, yeah, they're going to identify it with whatever was the top of their mind to that thing. And that's okay. Yep, Skull of Love payment, that's right. Exactly, same kind of cuteness. Oh, that reminds me, I gotta make my tool. I was waiting for my glue gun to heat up. Okay. So we'll videotape this. So I'm just taking a wire, wrap it around the end of a brush, twist it, twist it, twist. Okay. Now, got a tube here. Oh, was that out of focus? That was probably out of focus. That's fine. Some hot glue in there. Insta-cool. Now I'm going to take some pliers. Give it a little bit of a squeeze. Yeah. Okay, so that's how I'm going to dig my trenches. This is a Roybo hot glue gun, so it works with other Roybal power tool batteries, which makes it very nice for industrial purposes. You gotta buy it at a hardware store. Ryobi? What did I say? I would believe Damon. He is more of a man of hardware tools than I am. Oh man, speaking of demographics, like we were 2.5 hours ago, I just remembered I got a comment last night on my intermediate Sculpey video that said, I love how you're sculpting or what you're doing, but man, I hate the thing you're doing it on, because it's like that disembodied hand with the wizard on top. It's this guy, and yeah, apparently not everyone likes my particular style. I don't get it. I mean, looks great to me. And apparently, it can actually be hated. Hated! Not everyone doing polymer clay videos can do cupcakes and kittens, y'all. I don't think it's right to say what's wrong with that person as much as what's wrong with me that I'm making tutorials with disembodied bloody hands. I actually appreciate those kind of comments because it's easy to forget that there are sensibilities out there other than one's own, more sensitive sensibilities. It's like, 'cause I have sensibilities as well. Like, I don't like images or video of torture, for instance, right? And some people, that's like really exciting to them and they think it's cool and fun or something, I don't know. Like, torture horror films are a popular subgenre that I just, you know, if someone was doing that for their art, I would not watch it. I know I've been streaming too long when my batteries went out on my headset. Yeah, I mean, if people wanted to be polite, I'm sure they would just, you know, say something nice or nothing at all. But no, I sincerely appreciate getting that feedback, just because as a content creator, like, I want to be intentional with what I do. And when I'm doing something unintentional, such as, you know, offending people or upsetting them with what I'm doing, then I'm not being a good communicator. So, like, in this particular case, I'm all right with the fact that a certain percentage of people will be uncomfortable with that subject matter and not want to watch it. It's fine. And it's good for me to know that. So next time I'm making a thing, like, if I have to choose between two different things for a tutorial, right? And like one is grody and kind of horrifically themed or whatever, and another one is less so, and it really doesn't like make a difference to me which one I do the tutorial on. That is literally a situation I've been in multiple times now. Hey, I'll remember next time. Like, might as well do the less gory thing. Why not? So. I would never go out of my way and like change my style and be like, uh-oh, if one person didn't like something, I have to change everything about myself. Yeah, I would never take it that far. But just in those cases where it's an edge case and it really doesn't matter one way or another to me, yeah, I'll go with what turns away the fewest number of people. That's fine. Like, I sincerely was thinking about that when I did my Sculpey 101 series. I was like, should I dress nicer for this? Because like this is my thing that I imagine will be my biggest viewed things. But oh my gosh, it was literally 100 degrees in my garage, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna be me. Tank top it is. Sure, it will turn away some number of people, but that's alright. Getting close here, guys. See, I'm gonna be carving a line all the way around it, and I would love it if it went all the way around. But right here, that's too thin to run it through there, so. But I'm wary of making this angle too steep, because I don't want the pieces to the two pieces of rubber to bind up there. So I suppose I could raise the rubber up a bit going over there. I'm gonna try that. I don't think I've ever done that particular technique, so I'm gonna give it a shot. Ah, thanks. Yeah, I don't usually put, or well, I literally never put this much work into a mold. It's just because I'm doing it for a tutorial, and I would like it to be as non-embarrassing as possible. And even so, it's going to be pretty embarrassing just because of all the mistakes I've made along the way. I keep thinking, should I do another one for the actual tutorial? But I already did a practice one where I made even more egregious mistakes. So I'm like, if I do a third one, there will definitely be fewer mistakes, but I really want it to be Bowmark because I'm trying to cross-promote the book series as much as possible. Because, like I said, I want it to be the next Star Wars, and that's going to require, you know, people knowing about it. So there's a risk with raising this bump up here, which is when the other half of the mother mold comes down, it might want to squish it. So I'm going to keep it as low profile as possible, but still allow me to make the little ridge. Let me see if I don't... I would love to fit it on. Oh, actually, I am going to need to remove... all this clay anyway. I'm going to bring it inside and wait for it to warm up and do that later. But yeah, I'll have to watch for this little part to make sure it doesn't get squashed funny. Yeah, I am a big fan of tutorials that show mistakes and show how to fix mistakes, for sure. I got a lot of positive feedback on my Sculpey 101 video on the places where I did that, so. You're walking a fine line between, like, wait, what is the point? Like, should this guy be the guy making this tutorial if he, you know, knows so little and keeps making these mistakes? Versus, man, I'm really glad you know, this guy is showing that, you know, he's real and actually makes mistakes from time to time, even on something he's experienced with. Because, you know, my experience with mold making is still pretty intermediate. I am definitely not a pro at it. The only reason that I feel justified in making a mold making video is because all the ones that are out there right now are just really bad. Not in the fact that they give you bad information, but they are either like way too simplified where you don't get the details, or they're showing a way that uses so much mold rubber that you have to be a thousandaire to be able to afford to to do it that way. So there is a market for the in-between that I'm trying to hit. I wish one of the people who make molds for a living, you know, for art molds like this, would do a tutorial, but I have yet to find one. All right, you have a good night too. Thanks for hanging. David says, did you see that episode of Tested where they molded and cast a lightsaber? I think it was Ray's. I don't think so. The last one I saw, they were showing a labyrinth. Adam built the labyrinth. Well, it's not technically a labyrinth. It's a hedge maze from The Shining. That was pretty cool. And then another one I saw, someone had made a tabletop wargaming set that resembled the movie Labyrinth. And that was super cool. I want to say it was a guy who worked at Weta. Yeah, generally most of the tutorials on Tested are like 80% of the way to helpful. Like they'll definitely get you the basics, but they don't show wrinkles in the process or like the detailed steps that I feel are really important for someone who's trying something for the first time. They're definitely more of just like entertaining look at how things are done, for mostly for people who aren't actually going to try those things. You sent me a link to it? Oh, well, if you sent me a link to it, I probably did see it. And it would not hurt to check it out again, so I'll give that a look. Maybe it will have some hot tips for me that'll help me on my next mold. Oh, you're saying you will send me a link on Facebook. Sorry, misread that. Cool. looks like I found a way to get room for my groove. Stella got her groove back. Hit film from the 90s. Probably. Maybe early 2000s. I don't think it was about mold making, but it should have been. It occurs to me that one of the things I'm probably going to do for this tutorial, which I have not seen in other tutorials, is skip around. Like, I'm going to do the process start to finish, right, and show it start to finish, but I will do little snippets of the future so I can show, like, hey, the reason I'm putting this gap here is for, and then there'll be a shot of the future where it shows the parts fitting together, and it'll be like, this is why, and you know, that is something I haven't seen done before, and that will be a big innovation. Life pro tip: watch YouTube at 1.5 to 2 speed. Yep, way ahead of you on that one. I have to break that rule from time to time because my friend Dan does a game animation series, and yeah, when you're watching someone break down video game animations, watching that at anything but 1 speed is it's pretty rude, to be honest. Makes the videos less make less of a point? I don't know what I'm saying there. Effective? It's not like I'm measuring efficacy when it comes to watching analysis of, well, maybe it is efficacy. I'm learning stuff, so yeah, it is efficacy. Is it effective at teaching me what I want to learn from the video when it's about animation? It needs to be at 1 speed. Okay, I got my brain right again, you guys. Don't worry. It was broken for a little bit, but it's all better now. Hey, Lucifer. How's it going? Let me guess. Crappy. I know the feel. But I would be pleasantly surprised if it was going well for you. Sorry, you said you were lurking on it. Not trying to drag you out or anything. Yeah, what I'm sculpting right now is much less than cool, then it could be. This is the back of Bowmark's head. Do you recognize him from reading the stories about him? Working on the bust that will that I will then photograph for the cover. And then who knows, maybe I can sell these things. Maybe someone would want to buy one. I don't know. I can't see the future. I guess that's not technically true because everyone is technically perceiving the future when they see things. They're interpolating based on what the visual cortex is producing. They interpolate that signal forward by a few milliseconds. This is why baseball batter people are able to baseball bat the baseballs that are being baseballed at them, because they go too fast for the human eye to perceive. The only reason they could ever hit it is because they're interpolating based on the posture of the pitcher, the arm, direction, etc., etc. Hey, thanks, Legendary Brotato. It's certainly looking smooth. I'm getting to that smooth spot, which is always satisfying, especially after, what have we been, 5 hours and 39 minutes of this. Got up, rolled out of bed, came into my freezing cold garage, started working on this 5 hours and 39 minutes ago. What a ride it has been. I'm really nervous about the cavity down there. I know, that's what she said, but I am. There's a lot of gunk that's going to have to be cleaned up when I cast it. Oh, look at that little gap. I can't believe I missed that. That would have been a gap-tastrophe. All gaps must be filled. Thinking of making that my stream slogan. What do you guys think? Man, I'm really glad I was worried about that cavity down there. It got me poking around more, which I really needed to do. I would have had rubber leaking out the bottom of this thing had I not caught that. Okay. Now, let's examine every inch of this, shall we? Here to here is good. Here to here. Good. Here around here. Good. Around there. There's a little bit of just a teeny nibble. Okay. All around here, looks good. Oh, that's not good. Ew. I hate it when you get that momentum near the end of a step and you're like, yes, yes, just about done. And then you keep finding stuff that's not quite done. That is when the discipline has to set in and you just have to be like, nope, sorry momentum, gonna have to slow your roll. I think that's kind of what separates professionals from amateurs in almost any field. It's like that ability to rein in the natural ebbs and flows. Man, I sure wish my camera wasn't being a butt. I'm really excited to see how big a difference it makes. The amount of time and effort that I'm putting into the mold on this piece is probably 3 to 4 times greater than I've ever done before. So I'll be very curious to see if that yields a proportionately positive result in the casting process. If not, that's great. That means I get to calibrate back a bit and be like, let's say I just spend 1.5 times as long on the next one instead of 4 times as long. Okay, back to our check. That is good, good. It's a little sketchy in there. little sketch down there, but the more I poke and prod in that area, the more it kind of perturbs everything around it, so it's kind of like pretty much not worth poking at anymore. So it just becomes a trade-off of, you know, I might be doing something good down there, but I know I'm also upsetting other things. Around here's good, good. Okay. Time to dig our little trench and we'll be done. Oh, just kidding. There's one more little area. Awesome. The tool seems to work fine. What this is doing is basically making it so when the rubber leaks out between those seams, which it always will a little bit, there's like one more locking thing that it would have to seep around to get out. Because that's really, you know, having a little bit of flashing around the side is fine, but when the resin actually leaks out and especially if it touches the mother mold, then you get into trouble where the mother mold starts building up accretions, and then the mother molds won't sit together tightly, and then if they're not sitting together tightly, the rubber molds inside the mother molds will not be tight, and it just gets bigger and bigger seams, and that's kind of the slow death of a mold. Mm-hmm.
Do you have headphones? I need to see if the computer's audio issues is the phones or the actual computer.
I think I saw some red headphones. I thought they were yours on the coffee table. If not, there's some attached to my
One here. Just gonna test it real quick.
computer in the living room. That part is needlessly ugly. I don't mind it when things are needfully ugly. Needlessly, not so much so. Okay. And additionally, I can just go in and do a couple little divots here and there.
I think it might be a mix of both. There's some people that get crazy carried away with this and they put like a dot every like centimeter. Not even convinced that they're needed at all. But just because everyone else does it, I'm like, can't all be wrong. So I do them a bit. I mean, they could totally all be wrong. That's just a fact. Memory card full. No. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying. Yeah. I know it's full. I just want to focus. Is that okay? No? Huh. Okay, well. There you go. Yeah. Don't want them too deep because when the two rubber parts meet, if they're off by even just a slight amount, it can kind of catch and then not fully set together, and then like this little gap here would kind of have, or this seam would have a little gap because that part isn't quite pressed together. It's okay to be deep as long as the angle is smooth enough, non-steep enough. Hey,
And
I'm almost done.
it is dumping so much snow.
Is it?
Yeah. It's like huge flakes, and I just went outside. It's you can pack it.
Oh, it's wet now?
Yeah.
Hooray for wet snow.
Because it's been like super windy and stuff, and I think I need to look again, but our side deck, it's like up against the door,
Wow.
which is weird.
76, your memory card is full? Alright. Have fun reloading. Damon, remember last time when I said I'd tell Heather hi for you when I went out there? Full disclosure, I totally forgot to say hi for you. Radical honesty is my policy. I don't know if that's actually true, but I like the idea. Time to snowball fight and demolish Heather. Yeah, I could totally wreck her, man. If I wanted to feel really tough, I could definitely wreck that girl. Be like, you think you're so strong? I'll show you strong.
Okay. Do I have permission to purchase those 3 things on the Amazon store and send them here?
What are they?
6-foot male female cable for the computer, and then a 10-foot. You did that on purpose, right?
No.
Okay, I'll remove the 6-foot, I guess. And also, I'm buying new headphones. I'll pay you the money, but
Okay. Alright. I think we're pretty much there. Got a few little touch-ups. Just want to make sure I'm not leaving any overhanging lips. Do not want your lips overhanging, guys. Hey Ed, how's it going? Good morning. Got here just in time for me to stop. Been going for 6 hours now. God, why do I do this to myself? done? Guys, are we done? Because I feel like I'm ready to be done. Okay. I'm going to call it. That's amazing that it won't let me focus because my memory card is full. Oh, yes. This was the thing I wanted to try. Yeah, you know, I'll probably be streaming at other crazy hours that you'll be able to catch, Ed. You know, I've got this next week off to take care of Heather and do some private contract work, so I wouldn't be surprised if I'm on during Netherlands time again soon. Okay, I'm gonna see what happens when I turn off this camera. What happens to the signal? Goes away, yeah. Okay. The stream hasn't blown up. Now, if I turn it back on, get ready, the stream may blow up. And if so, bye. Okay. Now, let's say no memory card. Normal. Okay, it's telling me perf is diminished. But it is still freaking out. Okay. So I assume that means it's not the camera's fault. It's OBS. Which means, yeah, I would have to restart the stream to get it to stop being a butt. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate. If anyone knows of any other way to fix that problem, please let me know. Ed says, this isn't exactly the Netherlands time, it's 4 o'clock. Oh, right. Sorry. There's so many beavers that come in my stream. I cannot keep track of all the beavers. There's some beaver from the Netherlands. Sorry it wasn't you. Let's see. Dan says, have a great night. Don't forget my hellos and hugs and good luck in the snowball war. Alright. Appreciate it. I'll catch y'all later. Don't forget to go to my website, breathoflifedev.com, and sign up for my newsletter. Okay. Bye everyone. Bye.